Hi, everyone. Okay, you're going to have to tell me if the audio sounds okay because I got like a little arm for my microphone. I think I have it all set up well, but you let me know. Okay, and I'm still getting up the other things because in my head today was like a regular sprint day, but it's not. It's a very exciting TBR sprint day. Or TBR Spin and Sprint. Okay, yay! Thank you, Pam. Perfect. Okay, let me catch up with everybody. Yes, today's the day. I do have my my TBR Spin stack behind me, which is very exciting. Snowed in, and I have a stack of library books to read in my new house. Ooh, nice. Oh, and a new house. Wow. Can't wait to pick a new book. Me neither. I'm actually very nervous for this one because I feel like I'm in such a mindset of her kid right now that like most of these books won't work for. So I'm a little bit nervous about because I've just been making like such good progress. I've been so motivated. So I'm a little bit worried about like deviating from that, but I think it'll still be fun. And like when I actually think actively about each book, I'm excited to read it. It's just like in general, having absolutely no control is a little scary. Perfect day for this video. I'm so glad it is perfect day for everybody. It's sunny here. It's very sunny. The originally snow was in our forecast for this full weekend, like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We got a little bit of snow on Friday. We got like flurries basically yesterday. And so far today, just sun's out, melting any little bit that we had gotten. So I actually can't even see any bit of snow that was out there originally. Hello. First time making the live stream. Oh, yay. Glad you're here. Finished my January book 15 minutes ago. I'm ready. Nice. I know it's crazy. It feels like we haven't even done January because I finished mine in December during the sprints, just because it happened to be like the quickest read of all my stuff. Hello. I know, very exciting. Everybody's excited. I'm excited. Very true. Technically, you finished early. Yeah. Really, you don't. I mean, obviously, today we are just spinning. You can choose to read your new book or not. Or you can continue reading whatever else you were reading. I kind of wish I was because I mean, for myself, I always do the TBR Spin book because it just helps me like actually do it in the month. Like that's what I need to do for myself. But the book I am reading currently is The Fragile Threads of Power by V.E. Schwab, which is the first book of the series that is following, like that is after the Darker Shades trilogy that I really loved. And I think I have like under 200 pages left at this point. And so we're like getting into it. So it's a little crazy to be putting that down. I know I said I was very motivated by by her kid. That one wasn't motivated by her kid. That one was just like, I really want to read this. And I had just finished a really great literary fiction. And I needed to read like some different genre because I felt like I wasn't going to give anything a chance. So I figured just like a fantasy I was pretty sure I was going to like would be a good like palate cleanser between. It just started snowing here in New Hampshire, ready to hunker down. Oh, I'm a little jealous. I won't lie, but I am glad that I could still provide this cozy space. I could just pretend. If I just look this way, I can just pretend it's snowing outside. Hi, Amelia. Hi, Marcella. I timed my dinner to be ready just in time. Oh, perfect. Back from a very nice freezing walk and ready to get cozy. I did go on a freezing walk yesterday, even though there was very little snow. There were technically flakes in the sky, but I did go. I went downtown yesterday because I had to pick up a book that I just needed to own and read physically. And I could only get the audiobook from the library. And I just knew I had to own it. This is my first live stream. Oh, yay. Probably going to use the first sprint to fold laundry and then hopefully pick my book. Love it. Hi, Beth. Haven't finished my last spin book, but I'm here. That's okay. Still January. You still have time. Hello. Forgot about the spin. Excited. I know. In my head, I was like, these are just these are just sprints. And then I was like, oh, I don't have anything ready. I need to get ready. Also been prepping, food made, workout done. Now relax time. Nice. All I did was wake up and I showered. So I'm pretty proud of that. Hello. Hi, Melissa. Excited for the next spin. It felt great to get the first off my list. Yes. Oh my gosh. Especially there's like a weird feeling when you're reading a book that's been on your TBR for a really long time that like I can't explain, but feels really good. And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm finally reading this. Like this spine has been looking at me for so long. I'm assuming that you also had a book that was old on your TBR. And that's why it felt great to get off the list. Hello. Still working on this month's book. I've been reading it most of the morning. Nice. Sleeting here currently. Oof. Sleet's not as fun. Sleet's not as cozy. I mean, I guess being inside doesn't matter. We have snow and sleet here. I'm doing my own version of Herkyet and picked 12 books for TBR Spin that will hopefully fit in somewhere. Oh, good. I know I almost did that. And then I had to remind myself that like my version of TBR Spin is ending halfway through the year. I mean, so is like the regular version 2 is ending then. But yeah. Yep. I'm so far behind on Herkyet. I don't think I'll finish. That's fine. I feel like as long as it encourages you to read a little bit more than you were otherwise going to read, or maybe to read more diversely than you were otherwise going to read, or whatever, then it's still like a good challenge. You know, I keep reminding myself. I think I said this in a reply to a comment to you, Sarah. That I need to keep reminding myself that like when I decided to do this, I was like, I'm just going to do it and have fun doing it. If I'm not having fun doing it, I'm not going to do it. And I'm still having fun and like actually getting to the point where I think I can finish, which I did give myself 15 months instead of 12. So like, you know, we'll see how next version goes. Morning, just finished January's book on Friday. Excited to see what's next. Nice. This may be a silly question, but are we supposed to pick a new stack every month or go with the same one throughout the year? It's supposed to be the same one throughout the year. I'm also not like a rules lawyer in general about my challenge, if I'm being honest. But because I know some people have like, they'll do like part of it'll be whatever libraries books they have out at the moment or something for those of you that get like a ton of library books out at one time. And so there are like people kind of take their own thing on it, but the idea behind it is to just pick a stack of 12 at the beginning of the year and it stays that stack. Because sometimes we get things that change it up. Also, I don't know if I ever talked about this anywhere, and I do think that it came as a suggestion from somebody somewhere. But it's a slight rule change. It's a very minor rule change that from last year. But for the swap prompts that are on the wheel, typically in the past, we would swap the books and then spin again to get a new prompt. So you would get like a book from your like larger TBR that comes on, swaps with another book that's on your stack. And then you would just like spin again. Like that would be your new stack and spin again to get a non-swap prompt basically. So that now when we get swaps, we're reading whatever the book is that's coming onto the stack, if that makes sense. So, yeah, it felt a little too weird to like really focus on that and then be like, okay, forget all that. Now we're spinning again. I can't remember who suggested it was. It might've been Sam. It might've been, and I think I saw your name here, but I can't remember. So remind me if it was. But I think that makes way more sense. But yeah, we're supposed to stick with the same stack. Hoping for an easier book for February. January was a dense nonfiction and I have no more. And I have one more dense nonfiction book on my list. Oof. Yeah. I don't know what I'm hoping for. I think Misery would be the best Herkyet wise. And then outside of that, I don't actually know. There might be like a classic on there that has like a graphic novel or something. Like I wouldn't be surprised if The Invisible Man had one. Maybe not. Or The Picture of Dorian Gray, actually, I do know has one. So that would be helpful. I've been catching up on some work today and think depending on how long you plan on sprinting, I'll bounce between that and reading. Nice. Yeah, we'll probably do, I would say like 3 sprints. Good morning. I haven't set a TBR of 12 because that's my number one way to not read any of them, but one of my current reads fits the January prompt. So I'm just going to see where things go during the year. That's fair. Yeah, some people just use their full TBR and do it that way. Good morning, echoing the perfect day sentiments, statements. It looks like we have about 6 inches of snow so far in New York. Oh, no, I'm not jealous. I'm happy for everybody. But it has been a very non-snowy winter here in Denver. I'm really hoping the prompt will combine with the buzzword cover prompt for February. There are 3 possibilities in the stack. Ooh, I did watch Books and Lala's buzzword video, like talking through them all, but I can't remember any of them for the life of me. I surprised myself and not only started but finished my January read. Love it. This is my first TBR spin year, and I have not picked a book stack. I couldn't decide, so I'm basically picking for my whole physical TBR. Yeah, see, that is totally fine. I still haven't read A Conjuring of Light, dying to get to it. Oh, so good. Yeah, I still don't know if The Fragile Threads of Power, if I like it more than the books from, because each of them I think were like a 4.5 or higher for me. And I can't decide yet. I think it's really going to come down to the ending of this book. Yes, so good. I am having a great time reading it. Just finished my January book 2. Nice. Let's see if I can manage 2 months in a row. Yes. This is, I feel like this time of the year is always when I do better at TBR Spin. I did do a lot of catching up there at the end. Well, not a lot, not as much as previous years. I did finish, which was great. Still reading my January book, Boy Swallows Universe, which is really good, but looking forward to my next pick. Nice. Ooh, okay. I'm very behind on comments, so we're gonna go quicker. I'm going to continue what I was reading and start the spin book in January. Smart. I'm halfway through Shogun, and I'm on track to finish it before the end of the month. So glad this challenge is making me pick up my big books. I know I've got some big ones on mine as well. Yeah, Gemma books this year. I'm reading Dungeon Crawler Carl book, yay, and really enjoying it. In February. Oh, I read that as in February, or like in my brain. I was reading it as like the next month. I'm in Southern California, so it's nice and sunny for us. Nice. What book did you have to buy? It is Omar L. Akid's book, One Day Everyone Will Always Have Been Against This, which was on my anticipated reads. And then it was available for me from the library, and I didn't make it in time to pick it up, and I was very upset about it. And then I've been back on the list for a while, got the audiobook, started listening to it, and was like, I have to own this, because there were so many like quotes already that I was just like really loving, and I wanted to be able to like actually look at. It's so hard in an audiobook when you love a quote, like what do you do? Listen to it really slowly and write it down? Like so yeah, I needed to go get it. Bailed on my January pick. That's okay. You discovered that it wasn't for you, but replace it with the book from my TBR outside the stack. Oh, nice. So I fulfilled the storygraph prompt. That's a good idea. Hello. Did not get to read last month. I only got to the prompt. I had company. I'm excited this time. Got it. Hi everyone. I DNF my January book. That's okay. Unhauled, not for me. Yeah, exactly. Love it. Didn't get around to my spin book, Prior of the Orange Tree, because I picked up another big book, The Well of Ascension. Ooh, that's the second Mistborn book, right? Oh, I'm very tempted to pick that up, but it'll probably wait till after Herkid, or a little bit later. Maybe not after Herkid. Going to read Oathbringer during the next. Oh, at page 880 out of 1389. Oof. Oh man, that what is it? It starts the Stormlight Archives. I could not remember the name of the series. Is a doozy. The books on that. I'm curious, are you planning maybe an extra long life before the end of Herkid? No pressure, of course. That would be fun. Yeah, maybe as I'm like nearing the end of it, because it would be fun just to like do a little celebratory or something. I like that. Yeah, right. So impressive. I haven't read or picked January Spin, TBR Spin. That's totally fine. Oh my gosh. Oh, Under Zero Fahrenheit is like, I've only seen it a couple times. When I used to work in Indianapolis, my boss used to say, because I walked to work, I walked like 20 minutes to work. My boss used to say, if it's under zero, just stay home. So there would be some days in the morning where I would be like, please don't get any warmer, don't get any warmer. Which if it was anywhere close, I'm sure she would have been like fine with it. But in my little like rule following brain. So February, I'm just going to read for January and February. That works. Snowing here, just made pancakes. Pancakes. The vibes are great. Doing my own version of Her Kid, having a blast finding stuff to hit the prompts. Oh, that's fun. 8 inches of snow so far. Another 10 plus in the forecast. Oh, pot roast for dinner. Yeah, you're really nailing it. Courtney says all the time that Her Kid is not designed to finish. Obviously, some people do, but that's not really the point. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad that she says that too. I say that about like every challenge, but like I'm glad. I would have assumed, but like I don't want to put words in her mouth. So that is really nice to hear. Thank you for sharing. I think I had my January book for at least 10 years. Oh yeah, then that really feels good to have read. DNF my January read, Swap to Fish Soup, which I'm reading for the Read Good Challenge. Reading it today. I was trying to do Her Kid without doubling any prompts. Ooh, that will probably change near the end. Yeah, that's a lot. I couldn't, but I hope you can. Or that, do you get close? A little late. I won't be able to make it because I had work, but they're closing early because of the weather. Oh, I thought you wouldn't be able to make it. Oh, that's great. My cat wanted to say hi. Oh, that's what this was. Love it. I've actually got no cats in here. Very weird. But Curtis just got up, so they're probably greeting him. I'm at 62% with still no doubles. Wow. But I think that will be tricky soon. You read so much, Amelia. I'm currently reading The Beast That Is Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. I just saw that book in the bookstore and like I knew it was big, but I hadn't really like held it. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Good luck to you. I knew I couldn't even almost do Her Kid without doubling up. Same as a dense nonfiction. Oof. Looking forward to the new pick and sprints today. We're snowed in. Yes. I'm so glad we don't have snow in the UK. Our whole country grinds to a halt of 3 flakes of snowland. I know. I feel like there's a lot of states that are not equipped to deal with snow that are getting snow. And yet us here who are super equipped to deal with it are not getting it. I'm not better. I'm fine. Haven't picked my stack, but I'm going to pick 12 books off my purchased. Books from 2025. That's smart. I like that idea too. Snowy here in New Mexico. Oh my gosh. What? Wow. Hi from Budapest. Yeah. First time joining the live. Glad you're here. I'm using my whole physical TBR right now, but we'll see how that goes. Love your channel. Thank you. Glad you're here. I haven't read my January book, so I have to catch up in February. As I'm looking at my stack, I really hope I won't get a big book today, but probably will. Yeah. I've got four big ones on there, so it's not looking great. I'm doing the buzzword challenge this year, but I'm not sticking to the months. I'm too much of a mood reader for that. Just viewing, more of a checklist challenge. Ooh, I do think I do better with those. Now having been a part of a year-long reading challenge for a while, that seems more up my alley. DNF my January book around 60%, but still a win to get it off my shelves. Yes, exactly. Reading vintage sci-fi novels for a personal curriculum I created. I think I'm making my personal curriculum today for the anti-brain rot reading challenge. I think I'm going to film that for Patreon today, which I'm very excited about. Also nice and sunny and warm in Florida today. Yeah, I should be thinking of it that way. I did live in Florida before here, so it would have been very different. I am excited to like have any bit of winter. But this time of year in Florida though is very nice. This is my first TBR spin year, and I'm using 12 in 2026 list as my book stack. Ooh, that's smart. Actually, that's what I did last year, now that I'm realizing it. And I think I'm going to do this. I still haven't even figured out what my books are going to be for that list. I need to do that. Great to be back this 2026 with you. Aw. That's also how I'm doing the buzzword. Maybe I'll do that. I do like that. I read The Con of Monte Cristo this month and feel like I'm quite behind, but also love big books. I am very tempted to read that soon, but I think Don Quixote I'm going to read first. I don't know why I equate those in my brain. I think it's because I heard one person talk about both of them at the same time, and that one person was the reason that I was like, oh, I have to read those. So like in my head, I always pair them together. Oh boy, The Name of the Rose, another big one. A lot of people had a big book for for January. Throne of Glass. Oh, pause the January books to read a fun book. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I feel like I read a lot of literary fiction, historical fiction, and I was like, I just want a fun book. That being said, I did read The Duke and I from the Bridgerton series, which was meant to be that fun book, but I got really mad at it by the end. I'm so excited to achieve this Hurricane Madness with you this year. We will manage, I'm sure. Yes. Started my January book, Where the Axe is Buried, and excited to pick our next one. Love the Stormlight Archives books. They read really fast for how big they are. Yeah, I do have The Way of Kings. I own it. So I'm going to get to it. Got distracted by Bury Your Bones in the Midnight Soil. So good. I need to read that. It's crazy that I haven't. Hi. Ready Player One. And it was okay. I enjoyed the plot, but didn't like being in the main character's head too much. Ooh. Yeah, the movie is really fun. I did have a lot of fun reading Ready Player One, but I will say I owned Ready Player Two, and I ended up unhauling it because I just never felt the actual need to read it. Hello from Australia. It's meant to get to 42 degrees Celsius. 107 Fahrenheit, so extremely hot. Oh. Ugh. Are you in the part of Australia that has a drier climate or a wetter climate, just out of curiosity? Because that also makes a huge difference. Wow, that's a lot. If your community grows, you'll have to figure out. I know. It's so hard. Not me excusing myself for a visit from my parents, but I saw this notification. Love it. Love it, Amelia. DIY literature degree and doing a minor in church history and architecture for personal curriculum. I did think about doing like a historical fiction thing and just doing like just trying to go through like US history from like the earliest to now. I thought that would be funny, but I don't actually think I would enjoy that, so I'm not going to do it. Made my personal curriculum, but decided not to start until mid-February. Yeah, fair. Hi from Greece. Ooh, joining the live, but unfortunately I have to study for exams. Oh, well, hopefully it'll give you some motivation. Ozzy, it's so late right now. Sorry, I'm joining late. I DNF'd my. Don't say sorry. We haven't even spun yet. I DNF'd my January book and Storygraph doesn't count it. Oh yeah. So what I do when that happens is I just put another book that I read onto Storygraph, and I say like don't make public on the challenge, or there's some checkbox now where you can say that you don't want other people to see that you used it for that challenge, which I just use purely because I'll use any book and sometimes it doesn't actually match what the prompt is, but just because I wanted to say that I like completed the thing, because for my challenge I count DNFs. So I would do that. And then you could just like leave the DNF book like added to the challenge, but then it'll still mark as complete with your other book that's like hidden but a part of the challenge. That's my workaround anyways. Although I should put in a ticket for request for that, because I think that would be good. Like the option to, when you create the challenge, say, I want to count DNFs or not. And they're really good about adding new stuff. Hi, everyone. I managed to finish my January quite quickly. As it was, This Is How You Lose the Time War. Hopefully I can continue this into February, which is a busy month. Ooh, yeah, like another short one. That would be nice. Reading Gathering of Shadows. Oh, Felix Ever After. And listening to the second book of the Prison Healer series. Oh, I'm so excited for Gathering of Shadows. I haven't read the other two, but they also seem exciting. Planning on reading I Who Have Never Known Men today. Yes. Oh my gosh, there are so many great books on here. So antsy for the spin. I know, it's happening. I'm reading The Silent Patient. The author is from Cyprus. Yes, I met Alex Michaelides at a book thing back when I lived in Florida, actually. I'm halfway through This Is How You Lose the Time War and loving it. I'm just not going to say my thoughts on that book. I did not like it. It was not for me. That's a very Marmite book, though. I just happened to fall on the wrong side. I won't say the wrong side, just this side. Turned around all of my unread books on my bookshelf to encourage me to read more of it. Ooh, I like the idea of it, but I think I would go crazy if I couldn't see what they were. I got Storygraph to think about a tick box. So you can, oh, yay. Thank you, Amelia. You're already on top of it. Fellow Aussie, I had a nap earlier by accident, so I'm not tired today despite it being an early morning. Also, I live in a climate that's on the drier side, so the heat I assume that was going to continue into another comment. Seems to be a book you either love or hate, no middle ground. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, I am opening the wheel. It's happening. Oh, I'm not even logged in on Wheel of Names. What is going on? Oh, I think I just updated my computer. I think that's why. Okay. TBR Spin. That's not it. That's old TBR Spin. Okay, good. It remembered my password. I think I put it under a different account. Oh. Although now it wants me to do two-factor. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Yep. I have 2 accounts on how did I not know that until this moment? Okay, so here we go. Let me make sure that we don't have the old prompt on there. Beautiful, beautiful. Isn't as bad. So the heat isn't as bad. That makes sense. Jealous of your nap. Is this the TBR spin for February? It is. It is a TBR spin for February. I'll try to do mouse for my January book. Hopefully I'll be able to finish it. Smart. And that works because I mean, I did an Art Spiegelman, so we know that it works with the letters. Okay. So, I never added the swaps on here. That's kind of sad. I won't do it now though, because we've already been going on this live for a while. I forgot that I didn't include them for the first month, and I meant to have them in there from here on out. But so a swap is not going to be possible this month. But I don't want to prolong this any longer by looking that or finding my little Google Doc to throw them in there. Okay, so let me get that on here. And I think this is the one I like best. Yes. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? Okay, I think this is going to be Arthur. You haven't read from? Which would have been very helpful for her kid, but that's okay. But this is a pretty open thing, so hopefully this helps a lot of people that were scared of getting big books on their stack. Oh boy. This is a lot. Oh, and I can more confidently put it on my desk without worrying about it freaking the microphone out because I have the microphone arm now. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to separate out the books by people that I have read from. Okay. I've read no, I have read from Oscar Wilde. I couldn't even I was going to try. I don't know. Don't listen to me. I'm not making any sense. I don't think I've read a Peter Swanson. I might have to look up some of these, honestly. I've definitely read from Marlon James. Okay, and then these 2 I haven't read for. I think that cut my stack in half. I have 6 books by authors I haven't read before. Okay. But that did remove 2 of my big books. Okay, it seems like a lot of people are saying that's my entire stack. Okay, so these are the ones I think that I have left to pick from. I just need to look up about Peter Swanson if I actually want to do that one. I think the only one of these that would actually help towards a Herkiad prompt. Well, actually, I don't even know about The Invisible Man if that was ever created into a graphic novel. Let's look it up. The Invisible Man. Graphic novel. I forgot the what I was looking up almost immediately. It does. Well, okay, wait. That's illustrated. Illustrated. Oh, I think we found it. Graphic novel. Yes. It does indeed exist. I found it. So I think that that's what I'm going to do because it would be smartest to help me with her kit, even though I'm going to say it's probably the one I'm least excited for in this stack. Oh, or I could think about the years prompt that I always ignore. I think The Kind Worth Killing was actually published in a good year to work with the Herkiad Challenge. Oh, never mind. It was 2015. I think I'm going to already be covering. I think I'm going to try at least the 5th season and see how I feel about the idea of rereading those first 2 books and then continuing. Okay, no, we're going to go with The Invisible Man. It's short too, so like it won't be a long deviation. And it's been on my TBR for so long. And also it has been on TBR Spin before and I haven't read it. So like it's time. I do really like just the size of it. I mean, you know me and mass market paperbacks. It looks like an old mass market paperback. So it's like, it's got the vibes too. Okay, I think that's my pick. Ooh, how's everybody else doing? Excited to see if we did it. Oh, hi. Welcome. Little Fox is going to be reading The Sea Park, an I Can Read book. Nice. And you're going to be reading the Dungeon Crawler Carl book too. Yay. Oh, I'm so glad you liked the first one enough to continue with it. That's very exciting. You'll be caught up to me soon. That's almost my entire stack. That's all of them. That's all my books. I have so many options. I think that's all but one of mine. See, that's the thing with creating prompts for TBR Spin. You want it to be able to work for a lot of books because at some point we get to where we have like only a couple left. But perfect. I only have one on my stack that I've read from before. Okay, people are excited about this, hopefully. Except that's all except not helpful. You can always do a random number generator, or maybe narrow it down and then do a random number generator, or narrow it down and then ask the chat. Looks like 9 of mine fit. That leaves you with 9 books. Most of the fiction books on my list, I have read the authors before, so may pick nonfiction. I'm not with my stack right now, so decision pending. That's my entire stack too. Oh no, too much freedom. I have been in the same case where it's been like almost everything, and then I've had to like figure out a way to actually even like last month. I had so many things that fit it. So then I had to decide or figure out like another way to help me narrow down further. I have 7 to choose from. I think I'll go with one of the nonfictions, 3 Shades of Blue or The Dawn of Everything. I've heard great things about The Dawn of Everything. So leaves me with all of them. 4 options. Okay. Might do a random number generator for them. Nice. Let fate decide. That's very easy for me since I pick books for my advent calendar stack. I pick Sue Townsend with Rebuilding Coventry. The Rain Heron it is. I'm also doing Ben's Reads Good challenge. I always have a hard time saying it when I have to say Ben's first. Ben's Reads Good. But that's perfect. We'll just do a read an Australian author. Is that for January or February? Because I read from, well, I DNF'd an Australian author this month. Oh, that one still hurts me. Picking Empire of Pain to get one of the big books finished. Is Empire of Pain, is that Patrick Radden Keefe? Yeah. I have that one on my TBR as well. Also, Patrick Radden Keefe has a new book coming out this year, and I'm getting sent an arc of it, and I am so excited because they're very choosy about Patrick Radden Keefe. And I did get one, or I got a finished copy of the like short story collection that he wrote. But this is my first time of like getting like an actual book of his, which is so very cool. Like, oh, it even like came with like extra parameters that was like, we really don't want like people sharing the content that's in this. Like, we're more than happy for you to share the cover and like talk about it and everything, but like no quotes and everything, which is supposed to always be a rule, but I've never seen somebody like really be like, no, seriously. Mine is Pony Confidential by Christina Lynch. Apparently, a pony is a detective. Ooh. I have 5 books to choose from. This is hard. I may skip the Count of Monte Cristo this time. Yeah, fair. I can pick, I can use one of the ones that matches the buzzword cover prompt. Yay. It's actually the one I originally picked for January, A People's History of Heaven, but I swapped that one out. I think I'll pick 2 since I'm using my 2026 list. The Prestige. Is that what was the movie based off of a book? Because if so, I love that movie so much and I would so read that book. And Gwen and Art are not in love. The Invisible Man is a character in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Yes, but that's its own story. I love that movie so much. That I used to, back when, before like Netflix and stuff, we, and really, actually, I think Netflix might have been around by that time already, but my parents, had a place in North Carolina, which is their like actual home now, but it was before they like lived there. And the internet connection was terrible. And because it was like in the mountains. It's better now. Still not amazing, but much better. You can like stream and stuff. But we just had like some DVDs, and that was one of the DVDs we had, and I watched that so many times. I think I might read Future's Edge by Gareth Powell, since it's one of my last 2025 published releases from last year. So I think it would be cool to read before award season. That's smart. That's really smart, actually. That leaves 9 for me to choose from. I need to catch up on January's choice, so I'll probably go for a shorter one there. I'm going for one from a Saudi author because I haven't read them before, and it would also be a fit for Arab heritage for her kid. Perfect. This prompt is literally all my books. I also have 6 options, but I think I'm going to go for Burial Rites by Hannah Kent because I've heard it's very wintry. Ooh, nice. That only rules out 3 of the books from my select. Do I decide now and commit or see what I feel like at the time? Ooh, that's a good idea, actually. You could maybe go with the See How You Feel. I might go with Picture of Dorian Gray just because it's the shortest. Oh, would have been so cool if we were reading this at the same time, but unfortunately I have read from Oscar Wilde before, even though I tried for a second to pretend in my brain that I hadn't, but I definitely had. I think I'm going with Project Hail Mary because it's the March pick for one of my local book clubs. Love being able to double up with challenges in book clubs. Yes. Oh, please do. I love that book so much. Okay, so I have 2 options: Bonded by Thorns or Phantasma. Ooh. Is it bad that I want to pick Phantasma because it's just a more fun name? But go with whatever you want, obviously. I'm deciding between The Book Eaters and The Devotion of Suspect X. If anybody wants to weigh in on people's, but unfortunately I haven't read those, so I can't say. I think I'll wait till February and decide because I don't know which I want to read most. Yeah, that's fair. Still have 6 choices. Yeah, that's where I was at. I had 3 on my list that I hadn't read from. I'm assuming I rolled D6 for in place of D3 for them, and I'm reading Grass by Sherry S. Tepper. I think I actually have I did. I must have put them away. I had my D&D dice out for a second. But I was thinking of a video idea. Anyways, read my first spin book for this month, and I'm so excited for the pick this month. Yay! I'm tempted to go for Catherine by Anya Seton. It's the biggest book on my stack too. Ooh, it would be a good win to get off though. I'm going to read 6 Crimson Cranes. Picking the shortest book, Ghost Wall by Sarah Moss. I still don't think I've read a Sarah Moss, actually. I think I'm going to go for Eighth Life at 944 pages, which is still almost 180 pages less than Shogun. Oh, wow. You are really getting it done, though, early. I might do Gulliver's Travels. Oh, I actually really like Gulliver's Travels. That was like one of the books during English class that got me really into like deciphering writing. That A Streetcar Named Desire, The Importance of Being Earnest, all of those. I have such like fond memories of. Going with All Boys Aren't Blue, I've had it forever, and I wanted something at least 300 pages. I have so many shorter library books to read right now. Nice. I'm 70 pages from finishing Villette by, I actually don't know if that's how it's pronounced, by Charlotte Bronte. So reading that today. February read will be Peace Like a River by Leaf Anger. The only author I haven't read before in my stack. Oh, wow, you only had one. Going with An American Marriage. I think she has a new book coming out this year as well. But first need to finish January book, There by Tommy Orange. Ooh, I think I'm going to be reading Wandering Stars, the follow-up to that, very, very shortly. I know I am. It's February's Patreon book club pick. So I couldn't believe how many books you had last month. I struggled so much to find a book for that one. Really interesting. I'm glad this prompt came up sooner rather than later. A good chunk of the books on my stack are authors that I've read from before. Oh, good. That was my worry, honestly. That's why it was on the wheel to begin with and wasn't added in as like a replacement later. The Rain Heron is great. Going with Mrs. Dalloway. Oh, I really want to reread Mrs. Dalloway. I only read it for school, but I've since read other Virginia Woolf and really liked it. And so I kind of want to go back because I think that actually would be my favorite. I had to spin the wheel myself to choose. I have translated romance on my pile for this. Oh, nice. I don't think I've ever read a translated romance. I'm trying to think now. Addie LaRue by V.E. Schwab. This author, it's most surprising that I haven't read from yet. That's a good way to do it. Since these are my husband's high suggestions for me, I guess he'll get to pick in February. Nice. I did a spin for the books. Got Azucar, which actually softy enough before. Oof, because I couldn't get to it at the time. A little nervous, but it's short. Good luck. And it's always okay to DNF if you need to. I picked Reinventing the Enemy Language, edited by Joy. Oh, is this a short story collection? Sounds like it. Yes, Patrick, I can't believe that I'm getting that book early. I cannot wait for that to come in. No promises that I don't drop all my other reading. I actually can't believe I haven't read Empire of Pain yet. That's kind of crazy. I've read like portions of it to reference for something else. But anyways, I have 3 options. Oh, Thorne's Phantasma or Silver Elite. That's 2 people that have Phantasma as an option. Oh, wait, no. You're the same person that said it before. Did I finish February spin? No, but I've read 147, 412. Nice. It's still January. Australian option. Oh, right. February. That's right. Okay. Well, one year I'm going to really participate in a challenge, or maybe I'll treat that as a checklist, like we're talking about for the buzzword, because I more want to participate in that challenge. I've got 4 possible choices. The Dew Breaker. Nice. Currently cross-referencing my options with my remaining Her Kid prompts. Comic book and movie have very little to do with you. Ooh, you know what? I might read that comic book then, because I just had so much fun with it as a concept of a movie. I think that just like as a kid that really liked books, having a bunch of book characters be like within this group of people was really cool. So, and I still feel that, like, I still think that would be really cool. Oh, yes. Now I know what your yes was for. For real. Chose Water Moon. I still haven't decided if I want to read that or not. Narrowed it down. Spun 104 leaves me with The Crash by Frida McFadden. I still haven't read a Frida McFadden. Well, clearly you haven't either. Happy Sunday. The only one that works for me was The Overstory, which I've been avoiding that book since 2019. It's so good. That is one of my favorite books of all time, if that helps you and gives you any extra motivation. Newer subscriber here and just finding out about this. Very excited and going to see what I have on my shelves that will work with this month. Nice. Yay. I'm glad you're joining in. Going with The Phantom of the Opera. Because he wouldn't allow the publisher to put out a movie tie-in cover. Wait. the author hates Christopher Nolan because the author wouldn't allow the publisher to put out a movie tie-in cover, or Christopher Nolan wouldn't allow it? I mean, no, it would make sense if Christopher Nolan wouldn't allow it and the author was mad about that. I always assumed that authors wouldn't be mad about that because I hate movie tie-in covers. But interesting. I did not know that. For anybody reading in Spanish, I'll be reading translation. Ooh, okay. Club de Lectura de las Aerolíneas. That was my best attempt. You're welcome. I'm leaning towards Olive Kitteridge. Night Circus. We'll probably start it in February. I have the Paper Magician series to finish first. Ooh. Devotion of Suspect X. Dungeon Crawler Carl from my TBR game. And it will be perfect for this prompt. Yay. Oh, just hit my mic. Sorry if you heard it. I prefer reading books. I'm currently reading always 3 to 6 at a time, but nothing was removed. I'm going to finish Yacobian, maybe. I love Black Butterflies so much. Oh my gosh. Everybody's reading so many good books. I have loads of choices. So I cross-reference with Savage Reed's prompt. I'm reading They Bloom at Night. Going to read The Intern. I'm going to use my stack of book of the month club picks that I haven't read from yet. I just started following a channel that reads, or that did like a challenge of reading through all of her book of the months. And I'm like loving reading those videos now. Her choice, they're all new authors. Lonely Castle in the Mirror. Oh, T. Kingfisher or Becky Chambers, both authors that I've read from before. I do enjoy T. Kingfisher more, but it's pretty close. Reinventing the Enemy's Language is an anthology. Okay. Makes sense. I think I'll either read Beloved or Perfect Victims and the Politics of Appeal. Ooh, Beloved. Have I read Beloved? I don't think that I have. But I'm assuming Toni Morrison. But I have read Toni Morrison. She's really great. Just home from speed puzzling practice. Oh, I've got a speed puzzling competition next weekend and I'm very excited about it. And I'm participating in all 4 challenges that day, which is so exciting. I don't blame you about dropping everything you read. Is one of my all-time, Patrick Reddenkeefe is one of my all-time favorite authors, and I loved Empire of Pain. Yeah, I need to read it. It's because it's for a very specific video idea I have in my brain that I'm very excited about making, but it's going to take hours and hours and hours of work. Like I already know it's going to be the like biggest undertaking of anything I've ever made. And like the idea of doing that, keeping up with the challenge and having a full-time job is just like not super feasible. So I think that I'm going to try to do a smaller version of it first that I think kind of ties in with it, but is much easier. Has nothing to do with Empire of Pain. And then just like of the video concept itself, and then do that next. But I don't want to read it too far away from when I'm going to do that. So that's all very cryptic. But that's the reason why I haven't read Empire of Pain. The video sounds wonderful. I can't wait to see what happens. Yeah, it might be a while, but it is like the thing I'm most excited for, like creatively. But I'll get there one day. I'm not losing sight of it. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm going to remove that because we need to get up the Flocus timer because we need to get reading. Oh, this reset too because I restarted my computer. This is what I get for applying updates. Who told me to do this? Nobody. Okay, is that good? Also, Flocus is always a pain for me. It annoys me every time. Every time. Did I do it? Is it working? No, of course not. Why would it work? There we go. Okay, it's working. Everything's fine. Okay. Are we supposed to physically read? We can read any way that we want. We can audio read. We can ebook read, or we can physically read. I'll be physically reading. Ow! I just hit my face with that because I'm going to be reading this book here. But also, you can just use it as productive time. I do that sometimes in other people's reading sprints. And also, you don't have to read your TBR Spin book. As a reminder to everybody, this is technically February's book. I do it myself because I need to do that in order to actually finish it within the month. If I start it, I know I'll finish it, or at least 90% sure I'll finish it. And so I do that, but you are free to read whatever you want. I would love to see the Venn diagram overlap of the book community and speed puzzling. I'd never heard of it until recently joining the book community. That's hilarious. I picked The Invisible Man by H.G. Wells, because I've never read H.G. Wells before. Also, I'm going to be, at the beginning of this, I'm going to be updating the Storygraph challenge to have the prompt on there. I'll also throw a banner up so that anybody joining late will know what the prompt is. And is that everything? I think I'm also going to start scheduling the next TBR Spin Sprints in the current one, just to keep me on top of doing that. So I'll have a couple of things to do during the sprint before I actually start getting into reading, but that's what's happening. Okay, so now I need to share my other thing. Stop that one, start this one. One day I'm going to be a StreamYard expert. Okie doke. Not that. I want to be in it. Okay. No, it is this one. Perfect. Yay. All right. Happy reading, everybody. Hopefully that was not as loud for you as it was for me. That was a lot. How did everybody do? I did like a few things before I started reading. And I do have a question about when we want the next sprints to be, because the weekend I would normally do it, I'm going to be out of town. But this started with a little bit about the life of H.G. Wells, which is actually kind of interesting. Also, I thought it was funny because he went to a place called the Normal School of Science in London. I just think that that's funny. And I didn't realize, but science fiction at the time was called science romantics or something. Scientific romances, something like that. But it's essentially what science fiction is today. So I found that interesting. And the first sentence of this book started with, "The stranger came early in February one wintry day." And I feel like, I know it's not February yet, but this is the February book. And it's wintry for everybody else. So I really like that. And now it's like really feeling like it fits. It fits in with this. Now I'm glad that I got it for February. But yeah, I didn't actually make it very far in because the life of H.G. Wells and the foreword were all like Roman numeral pages, so not like a part of the actual page count. So I'm actually on page 8. Not very far into the actual book, one chapter in. Okay, let me catch up on this and then I'll ask about next sprint. Just got back from shoveling my driveway and read to get warm with some tea and a book. Oh, nice. Probably read to get warm. I have 2 books I'm currently in and can't decide: Jonathan Strange and Mr. I don't know if it's Norrell or Norrell. I think I always say Norrell, but I don't actually know that for sure. Or my reread of Notes on an Execution. I mean, Jonathan Strange is a big undertaking, but I do need everybody around me to read that and tell me how great it is so that I finally gather up the courage to read it myself. So selfishly, I want you to read that one. Oh, great. Perfect. Writing my book instead of reading. Hope that's okay. That is absolutely okay. Yeah, everybody is more than welcome to use this as productivity time. Circling back to the Prestige, we all hate movie tie-in covers, but they make authors a ton of money. Oh, well, that would make sense as to why they keep doing it. Money is always the reason why. Whenever there's something that like people that are super in the hobby hate, but they still keep doing it, it's always because money. That's what I've learned. Yeah, I did. It killed me for so long because my only copy of The Remains of the Day was the one that I originally read, which is one of my favorites ever. But the cover was the movie cover, and it killed me. But now I ended up finding in a little library a much more damaged copy, but that is not the movie cover, and that's the one that I have now, and I really love it. To choose my book, I held. So yeah, that makes sense then. That would be really upsetting as an author, especially for a movie that did so well that probably would have gotten a lot of people reading the book. And like here I am, I didn't even know that it came from a book, and I love that movie and I love reading. So yeah, that makes sense. That stinks. To choose my book, I held both options behind my back and got my mom and brother to choose each choose. Nice. So with the majority, I will be reading A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking by T. Kingfisher. Ooh. I don't even think I've like heard of that one by T. Kingfisher. Thanks for that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Dying of Whiteness, How the Politics of Racial Resentment is Killing America's Heartland. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, that sounds really good. Oh, you'll have to let us know how it is. My pick for February will be The Radio Hour by Victoria Perman, which will also count for my Reads Good prompt and her kid. I'm pleased with this spin. Yay. Oh, I'm glad that it worked out. But during these sprints, I'm reading James by Percival Everett, which is the IRL book club pick for last Wednesday, but I couldn't go, so it didn't meet the deadline. I'm glad you're still reading it, though. It's so good. I love Percival Everett. I really... his other books are not going to do, like, I own 3 of his books that I haven't read yet. I want to read them so bad, but they don't work for any Herkid prompts except for the BIPOC square, which like I'm not quite at the point where I'm like focusing on that being the thing, just because I know I'm going to be reading a lot of BIPOC books for the other prompts anyways. But man, am I tempted. Maybe I should check the years they were published. Maybe it does make sense. I'm gonna have to do that. One more sprint and I'll finish my January book. Yay! Great. Hi, welcome in. I'm in the Northeast, so the weather here is horrifying. Heated house to 80 degrees in case we lose power. I was like, oh my God. Is that how you like it? Oh no, that stinks. That's not a way to be cozy. You want to like sweater up and be cozy. Oh, well, I hope you don't lose power, even though I want you to stop to stop being so hot. But I know it's probably better that you don't lose power. Reading Creep. Oh, about obsession. I love books about obsession. Has anybody, I know it's been out for 5 days. Has anybody read the new Jeanette McCurdy book? I looked at it in the bookstore yesterday and I'm torn because I just read a book about an inappropriate relationship, but it wasn't talked about in a negative light. So I think that's why I struggled so much with it. And which is the book that I DNF'd. So I think that I would like her book better, but it's also timing wise, not really the thing that I want to read. It's a novel, not nonfiction, just by the way. 44 pages, nice. Honestly, the little bell terrified me, right? Like, was it loud for everybody else? Because it was loud for me. 39 pages, read in A Place for Us by Fatima Fareen Mirza. I don't think I've heard of that, but let me know how you're liking it. I didn't read anything, but I'm catching up with some things in my planner. Nice. I need to do that. I got to do some catching up. I'm so glad I posted a Instagram reel / TikTok. It's the same thing. About my week 1 of the anti-brain rot reading challenge. So the first 7 days in the year. I finally posted it last night. I always struggle with doing short form, but I think that I'm going to try to do like some stuff for the anti-brain rot reading challenge as short form. Just to challenge myself a little bit to like get into that. And I might do some video, like some actual videos for it. I know I'll be doing some Patreon content for it. I haven't like fully decided how I want to do all that since I do have like a large focus on Herc yet already, YouTube wise. But yeah, I was very happy to have finally gotten that reel out. I was like, it was getting to the point where I was like, is it too long? Should I just not? Should I not edit it together? Read almost 20 pages. Nice. I chose My Name is Asher Lev for February. Also take for the Jewish heritage prompt. Didn't manage to read much of Sprint because of dinner. Fair. Romance is Latin derivative for novel. Romance is Latin derivative for novel. I don't think I understand. I can't tell if the first part. No, it's not a book title because Latin would be capitalized because it's a language. I don't know. My reading comprehension isn't kicking in. I'm working on my first ever reading journal. Oh, yay. Yeah, I need to catch up on that. I think that's what my next reel is going to be, is me catching up on my reviews for the books I've already read. Read a couple chapters of Cold Comfort Farm. Didn't get very far because Catherine is a historical fiction, so I have to look up everyone's family tree. Yeah, historical fiction takes me forever. 15 pages of Anna Karenina. Yes, good job. That book is a lot. As someone who has read it, I do kind of want to read it again though, because I think I'd enjoy it more now, especially after having read War and Peace and really loving it. I think I just wasn't ready for it when I did read it. And I feel like I really rushed the second half of it because I just wanted it to be over to read other things, but not necessarily to like read it. So maybe one day. God of the Woods. Oh, by Liz Moore. I've never read by Liz Moore before. I've never even heard of another book by Liz Moore, but God of the Woods was huge this year or last year. And it's on my like to read list, but not my owned to read list. Got some reading done, listened to a record. My room is so cozy. Oh, nice. I love that. Read some of Invisible Women. Very interesting, but also infuriating. Is this the data, the book that's like about there not being as much data about women? Is that one? I think we've talked about that actually in a live before. I didn't get the full story read in the short story collection. I'm reading because I had lunch and started laundry. That's fine. I was mostly cooking, eating, so I'm on page 11 of Burial Rites. Ready. We're not ready. JS. Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. Norrell? Am I doing it? Flowing into almost one syllable. That seems like I'm doing it. Mr. Norrell. Oh no, now I'm gonna have to really think about that because that definitely means I've been saying it wrong. Making progress in brigades and bread knives. That sounds like a what's that author that did the coffee shop that the orc woman ran? I read this. It sounds like a book that belongs in that series, but I don't know if it is. I also want to read Anna Karenina this year and also Brothers Karamazov. Yeah, there's a lot of Russian literature in general that I'd like to try out, but it also does intimidate me to no end. My book is amazing. I do love reading by authors from the Islamic world when they are well translated. The number of fixed expressions gives them an oral literature feeling so compelling. Ooh, you are selling that. Loved A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking, such a fun and also dark fantasy. The McCurdy is getting horrible reviews. Seems like she's a one-hit wonder. Maybe she's just better about writing about her own life than a novel. Novels are hard. I'm really glad that I held off then because it was one of those things where I was like, oh, I think I might want to read it at some point. It does seem like I like my Dark Vanessa and things like that, which kind of seems like it's that vibe, but I just currently don't want to read it. So I was like, I'm not going to buy the hardcover copy of it if I don't currently want to read it like right now. And then I was like, and I can see reviews and stuff. So that's good. It's a reread for me. It's really good. Okay, good. I was asking what you were thinking of. Right. Thank you. Oh no, I missed the spin. It is on the prompt is on the bottom here, ticking across. So it's just a book by an author you haven't read before. Got to page 60 of Tess of the, this is another one I never know how to pronounce. Duberville, Mimi. That's a big one too, isn't it? I read Invisible Woman a while ago and really liked it, but yes, totally agree on the frustration. Yeah, I had a friend that read it just recently. I haven't looked at the reviews yet, but was excited to read. That's interesting. The Dutch word for novel is Roman, so that's kind of like romance. Interesting. Maybe that's why. That does make sense because I feel like the word romantic in a lot of ways is more like storybook feeling when it's used in history versus like now that it's like a romance novel. Interesting. Read 48 pages from Fish Soup. Hope I can finish it today. I've been playing Animal Crossing. Oh, I really want them to release a new Animal Crossing for Switch too. I know there's been no talk about it as far as I can tell, but that's something that I just want to have happen. I spun a wheel, and the book I'll be reading is 1,000 Splendid Suns by Khaled Husseini. I think it's Husseini. Yeah, that I need to. I'm sure that when I come across that in a used bookstore, that's when it's going to enter onto my bookshelves. Now that I've read Kite Runner, I think the word romance is from Latin and originally meant a story is written in Romance languages. Oh, that makes so much sense. Just joined, finished Blood Moon by Brittany S. Lewis. People compared it to Twilight, and I sort of agree in a good way or a bad way. I would think good way would be super readable and like fantasy-esque. And I would think bad way as in the writing's not very good. Okay, yeah. That I do know about the book. I was referencing how you said H.G. Wells is science romance, and romance used to be more encompassing of fiction, fantasy. Okay, thank you. Like Gothic romance is about love. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. I finished Feeding Ghosts by Tessa Hulls, graphic novel. It is. Oh my gosh, I'm so proud of myself. It just sounds like it. I just could not remember the title of the book or the name of the author. That was a DNF series for me, unfortunately. It's one that I wanted to love so bad just because like I really like D&D and I like the idea of cozy fantasy, but I just don't think I actually like cozy fantasy, unfortunately. But I could see it being something that I do like at some point in my life. Just kind of, it's just not for now. I just finished dinner. Romance used to be more of a general term for fiction with fantastical elements. So science romance, Gothic romance, Arthurian romance, Shakespearean romance. Ooh, very cool. Thank you for all the shared I feel like I learned so much, and that was honestly the most exciting part about the book so far was learning about that. But to be fair, I'm 8 pages in of the actual story. A Thousand Splendid Suns is one of my favorite books of all time. Oh, I finished my 3rd listen of Song of Achilles this week, and it's just as good as the first time. Such a great book. I really didn't like Circe. And every time somebody talks about Song of Achilles, I'm like, maybe I'll read it though. But it's so not, it's like, it's, I don't like books about myths, especially like, what is it, Greek and Roman myths. So like, not doing any challenges, currently reading Game of Thrones. It is a fun read. I think I read the first 3 of the series and then I stopped because I'll pick it up again if he decides to finish the series. But otherwise, no thanks. I can't commit to something I don't know. That's why I haven't read no, I'm not going to remember it and we have to be reading again. But it's a series. There's 2 books out. And he's been talking about doing a 3rd book forever, and he keeps announcing that he's going to do it. I think he had like a Kickstarter or something for the 3rd book, and people paid him money, and he still didn't do it. So I don't know how I feel about that. But it's the Kingkiller Chronicles. Yes, that I have so many friends, like in real life friends, that have been telling me for years to read that series, and I just can't because it just doesn't sound like he's ever going to finish it. And once he's finished it, I'll read it for sure. People compare it to Twilight in a bad way. Writing is good, but a lot of elements are similar. I see. They say it reads more like fan fiction. Haven't read the Twilight series. Hope to this year, so I don't know. It's super readable, but I read it in high school, which is probably like the perfect age to read it, if I'm being honest. But yeah. I hate Circe and love Song of Achilles, so there might be hope. Okay. I might do it. It'll probably be a while, but I might. Unaccredited is my top 3 books ever. Wow. I'm almost done with The Hounding. It's really good. Ooh, I might have to look this up. Love Earthsea so much. Rereading Earthsea at the moment. Started book 4 today. Still love it like the first time. Oh, that's Ursula K. Le Guin, right? I've only read 1 by her now, but I do want to read more. Tahanu, Twilight series is written very poorly, but it was great when I was a teen. Exactly. So fun as a teenager. My brother is the same with Kingkiller. Trying to get me to read the 2nd book was over 10 years ago. I don't think the 3rd is happening. Exactly. I'm just going to hold off and just, if it happens, it happens. And that's great. But I don't want to be, if it's really as fantastic as my friends say, like, I don't want to not finish it. So, but anyways, let's get back to reading. So this is going to be our 2nd sprint. Happy reading, everybody. Okay, hopefully that the bell was better that time. I think I fixed it, but it was fixed on my end. I can't always tell if that's what's going to come through. Okay, and I was very distracted by cats that time. So I am going to blame them for however much I read. I am 30 pages now, just starting chapter 6. The chapters are very short. Very, very short. When I saw the list of chapters for how short of a book it is, it's not even just on one page. There are 2 pages of chapters. So yeah. And the first couple were actually, I mean, like a normal length. And then the rest have been just like chapter. Okay. I would say skip Song of Achilles. Mixed opinions. Have you read Circe? What did you think of that? A third of the way through Wave Kings. Congrats. I have to finish it before I can start the TBR Spin book for this month, but it's like 700 pages. Yeah, I mean, take your time. By this month, do you mean January, or this month is in like the spin we just did for February? Because if it's for February, I mean, so much time. If it's January, I don't know what to tell you. No, finish Wave Kings. And apparently reads very fast. My copy of it is like very squat, and it's like this thick. Joining so late, and I'm probably just getting work done since I'm officially parenting through a snow day tomorrow. Oof, but love the flexibility with this prompt. Yay. Okay, good. I know it's funny. Like some people are really excited about the flexibility, and some people are like, help me decide. This was supposed to help me decide, which is usually the camp I land in. But having just 6 books to choose from and knowing that I'm trying to work for her kid, I was happy for the flexibility this time. But typically I would be a part of the second camp. Hi. I actually read a lot of the authors on my list. Let me see. In this moment, I'll pick Our Share of the Night by Mariana Enriquez. It's just so long. Yeah. It is a big one. I do really want to read, because all I've read of hers so far is the short story collection. I know she's written a few, but it was the one that was up for the prize, for the Booker Prize, translated. The Dangers of Smoking in Bed. So good. I think I just liked horror short story collections. And I did end up buying another book when, I know I talked about yesterday, how I went to the bookstore because I needed a specific book. And then I did wind up getting another book, which is Out There Screaming, which is also short stories that are horror, and they were compiled by Jordan Peele, and also N.K. Jemisin and Nnedi Okorafor are both in it, which I didn't even know. And so I'm even more excited. I've only read one short story by N.K. Jemisin, but I loved it. It's one of my favorite short stories that I've like read. So I'm very, very excited to get into that, but it'll probably be a minute. It's not even technically on my TBR yet because I have a rule. So it's like on deck. That's what I'm now calling my my books that are not yet technically on my TBR, which is just because I have to read 2 books for my TBR in order to put 1 book onto my TBR. And so one day, everyone will always been against this can go on my TBR, but I have not read enough for Out There Screaming to be technically on my TBR. So it's on deck. I do have another option where I can spin a wheel of all of my books and read just one and do a 1-to-1. But then it's like random chance what I get, which I'm not ready to do yet. But I do have a feeling that once I am closer to the end of Herc I'll probably be doing a video of catching up with the books that are on deck. Because I know that I'm visiting my parents soon. And we always go to the bookstore when I visit them, and then they buy books for me because they're great. I love them very much. And it's something, I mean, they've always like super encouraged reading. I feel like as a parent, you kind of got to, if you have a kid that likes reading, you got to like really encourage it. So they've always done that, and they still do, which is so nice. So I'm in my 30s and can definitely afford my own books. But it's a very fun time. So I know that I'm going to pick up some more books from there. Currently reading the most recent Wayward Children book. Then I think I'll choose The Trees by Percival Everett for February's prompt. I love The Trees. It's really good. It's a lot though. So good luck. I don't have a stack, but it is a library book, so needs reading. Gotcha. Switch to an audiobook for making dinner. Consent, a memoir by Jill Clement, which I really like. Ooh. 48 more pages. I'm a consistent reader. I wish. I wish 48 was my consistent for in 40 minutes. I feel like my actual consistent is like 30 pages in 40 minutes. And now even less because I like also am doing the whole like note taking thing. Although I don't have a lot to take notes on for Invisible Man, if I'm being honest. I wish my cat would sit on my shoulders like that. Zuko's the only one that does, and he clearly did a very bad job of it right then because he wasn't sure if he wanted to be on the back of the chair, which it's hard to be on, or on my shoulders. And I also have to like hunch a little bit if he does it. He's a little bit better about doing it on Curtis's shoulders. He just has like broader shoulders than I do. But yeah, Zuko's is our only cat that does that even a little bit. It was a lot easier when he was a kitten. He used to just like sit on your shoulder, like on one shoulder as a kitten. It was very cute. But yeah, sometimes you'll just be like leaning over to pick something up and he'll like go for it. I finished a book today, but haven't made much progress in the sprints. That's all right. Sometimes it's hard to like start a book for me. And that's why I do it in sprints. I was going to say it's hard to start a book in sprints, but it's like, no, it's actually sometimes just hard for me to start books. 35 pages in The Crash and filmed a video. Oh, wow. Nice. Good job. Still reading The Melancholy of Resistance. It's painful because it's continuous text without chapter. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Or paragraphs. Ugh. I know that shouldn't impact me as a reader as much as it does, but it like really does. I finished one short story and started another, but then got distracted because I had to process what I read. Fair. Yes. And that's all. Short stories take me a long time, like collections of stories take me a long time because of that. I'm going to have to buy this book. My current copy is from the library. I have been on the fence about that with Never Whistle at Night for so long. I get it from the library. I read like another 5 stories in it and then it goes back. No, I didn't read Cersei and don't plan to. I would say that that's a good plan, but I'm very biased because I didn't like it. I've been editing my best of 2025 video. I swear filming and editing has given me so many technical hiccups, but I'm determined to have it up before the end of the month. Yeah, that's how the reel was that I finally like edited and everything, because I just like don't do a lot of short form content. So there's like a lot of unknowns that I have and like things that I know I need to work on and stuff. So getting there, but it's sometimes I like learning, but learning can be annoying when it's in the purpose of like trying to get something done that you like want to get done by a certain time. Then it's like, I just wish this worked. I read about 40 pages of Boy Swallow's Universe, which is good considering I made food for my kids too. Oh, nice. It's quite dark, but a good read with good dialogue so far. I took advantage of the sprint to read a little more of 5 Weeks in a Balloon by Jules Verne. Oh, I've read 3 Jules Verne, the 3 most popular. You could probably guess them. I turned on the TV and snuggled under the covers while the rain falls here in Portugal. Oh, that sounds nice. I really want to visit Portugal. That's high up on my list. I have a global prediction for 2026 of the Denver Broncos make the Super Bowl, but lose the Super Bowl. And my husband is so disappointed. I mean, that seems exciting. I don't really watch football, if I'm being honest. I got into it a little bit when I was in Indianapolis, because that was the first time I was like anywhere where there was a big football team in the Colts. And then that was the year that there was the whole like Tom Brady deflating balls situation. Like I don't even know if that was a real thing or not, or just rumors that happened. But I do know that they were playing the Colts for that game. And so that's my experience with football. Besides, I guess technically I went to University of Central Florida for college, and I worked at a sports bar that was very UCF themed. And that was the year that Blake Bortles went there, and they won almost every game that season except for one. So it was like a very big, exciting time to be there. And Blake Bortles, if anybody has watched The Good Place, is who Jason Mendoza is obsessed with, because he went to play for the Jaguars afterwards. So that's the name he's always yelling. And I used to serve him wings. So that's a fun thing about me. But yeah, I've lightly considered getting into football now that I'm in Denver, because obviously the Broncos are a huge team, but I like baseball. I think we might be one of those. Or soccer, honestly. We just don't have a lot of great games here. So I usually only pay attention when it's the Women's World Cup. I love the on deck idea. I bought $5.99. Would it be pence? Right? Is it pence? Books this month, which is unusual for me. So I should be doing that rule too. It is helpful and I've been doing good. I just know it's about to go downhill as soon as I visit my parents. Making good progress in There and loving it so far. Yay. I loved There. So I'm excited that you're liking it. I started the year with the children's book, maybe by A.S. Byatt, which is very dense and insanely detailed, but I love it. So no other big book can scare me this year. Ooh. Why does that really attract me? Why do all those words together make me really want to read that? To encourage the love of reading, we keep the TV/electronics off during the week. And now that they are grounded for 3 weeks, they've been reading much more. So how do I ground them more? That's hilarious. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's right. I kind of forgot that we used to have like restrictions on how much TV we could like watch during the week and stuff like that. I think we got to do like 2 shows. We could do 2 episodes of something over the week. So that, which was mostly like, then we could keep up with like, if there was a show that came out weekly that we liked. And then we always watched Fear Factor together as a family, even though I'm pretty sure I was the only one that liked it. Just finished Creep, a solid 4 stars. So fun and really well written with a perfect twist ending. Oh, now reading The Director, which has the world's most boring cover, but fantastic reviews. So we need to have another buddy read or plan another buddy read soon. Let me know what book you pick, because what Land and Winter was fun. I did a bit more than 20 pages this time. It's easy enough to read, just slow, which is not a bad thing. I want to slow down and enjoy it. Yeah, I want to make it my year of like slow reading. Like I want to read as much, but read slower, which I think doing the anti-brain art reading challenge is really helping with both of those things, because it means that I at least read for 45 minutes every day. And I'm slowing down as I do it. So even though I'm reading more slowly, I think I'm still reading more so far anyways, but it's so early in the year, so it's kind of hard to tell. This works out well because the book club I need to read for February is also an author I've never read before. Oh, what book is it? I almost bought a book by him. I'm pretty sure. Yesterday. Do you see how often I have to talk myself out of buying books? I've already mentioned so many books that I've almost bought yesterday. Made no progress in the sprint so far. Funny how I'm almost done with the book I'm reading, but I refuse to finish it. I want to finish it, but then I get distracted. It happens. I think my parents were a lot more savvy of me reading under the covers than I thought they were. They probably did not mind me staying up late if it was to spend time reading. Same. Honestly, same. I kind of hear Blake Bortles even not think of Jason Mendoza's obsession with him. I love The Good Place. Yes. It was very fun he was a very fun character as somebody who is born and raised Floridian. It was great. It was really great. I love Possession. I read it when I was 18. I still remember the reading experience. If my kids would stick to 10 to 2 episodes per week, I would love that. It's so hard to limit screen time. Yeah, honestly, I don't know how my parents would have done it. I don't know how I would do it. Like if we were thinking of having kids, which we're not. But if we were, I don't know how I would do it. I don't know how my parents would do it today. I don't know how parents do it today in general. Yes, thank you. The Rivers Are in the Sky. Yeah, that was the one that I was thinking of yesterday. Woman. Oh my gosh. I'd read a book by her. And I don't know why, but as soon as I remembered that she's female, that was what did it for me. A Woman Is No Man, right? Is by her. That book is so good. Regardless of who it's by. That's a really good book. I read that pre-BookTube, so I feel like I never talk about it. So the books that I read after starting BookTube, I feel like I've talked about a million times if I love them. That one I read before and loved it, but it's so good. The pick for my book club is Island of Missing Trees. Fun fact, I DNF'd Possession twice and don't plan to return to it. Don't know how parents do it either. Okay. I think I'm gonna actually do 2 more sprints instead of just 1 more sprint because I'm feeling it today. But I I'll ask the question next. Well, I'll ask it now and you can think it over and then next break let me know because I don't want to prolong this any more before we get back to reading. But for February, for the TBR spin, well, it'll be the spin for March, but it's happening in February. Let me know if you would prefer like a weirdly early one to happen the weekend of the 14th or a very late one to happen probably on the 28th, because I'm going to be out of town visiting my parents the weekend before the weekend I would normally do, which would be like the weekend of the 21st. So let me know earlier or later than that weekend for March spin. Think it over or put it in the comments now. It doesn't matter, but I'll look at it during the next break. Okay. Happy reading, everybody. Oh, I can do a poll. Okay. I'm going to do a poll. Cool. Okay. Another sprint done. Oh, Ita from. That's right. That's right. My bad. Still a great book. I actually should read something else by her. Sam finished her book with sprints. Yes. Oh yeah, the poll. Let me take a look. Okay, looks like weekend of February 28th is the winner. So that is when we will do our next sprints. Our next TBR Spin Sprints. I do think that I'm also going to be sprinting a week from today, but just regular reading sprints, no spin, just for fun. And also, I think the way my reading in February is going to go, I think I'm going to do it, have a little fun with it. And so we technically will spin a wheel, but it'll be like just for me, for my personal reading. For her kid. So very exciting. But yes, okay, so that was the poll. And then this is all just in relation. I'm a parent. I still don't know how parents do it. Just got here after work. This prompt does not narrow down my TBR spin stack at all. Only one of my books is written by an author I read before. That was the case for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Yeah, mine got narrowed down to 6 books. Read about 12 more pages. Oh yeah, what did I read? What did I get to? I got to page 57 and I made tea. So I'm actually getting close to halfway. That's crazy. Like, reading small books is insane. It just doesn't feel right sometimes. Also, I'm now realizing that, like, so far I've been reading my TBR spin stack in order of shortest to longest. Technically, this is only the second month, the second prompt. So, like, that's not too crazy, but it is a little crazy. It's a little weird. I don't love that I'm doing that. Also, I meant to say earlier, but where is it? For the little friend, this might end up being removed from my TBR spin stack because I do Karina from Time for Reading. That's her Instagram handle. So she does Instagram, doesn't do like a YouTube channel. But she does the Big Book Reading Challenge every year, which I always participate in. And I'm within the group on Instagram. That's like a chat full of people that are also doing that challenge. And I mentioned like a couple of the big books that I was planning on reading this year. And somebody had suggested doing a buddy read for the little friend. And we're talking about doing it in March. So I might end up removing this from the stacks just because I'll already be reading it in March. I don't know yet what I'm going to place on there, but it'll probably be an old book. I'm thinking maybe Philip Pullman's The Subtle Knife, the second book in the His Dark Materials trilogy, because I meant to read that last year and I didn't. And also last year, the first book of that trilogy, The Golden Compass, was on my TBR Spin stack, and I read it because of TBR Spin. So I do kind of like the idea of it being there. And originally I thought I was going to read it early in the year just because it was going to go towards some prompts on her kid that I now realize other things are already going towards. So I'm not as concerned with reading it early in the year. So now it can come up anytime during the year and I'm okay with that. So yeah, I think that's what's going to happen unless first, like somehow by some chance for the March spin, I get the little friend, which would be really cool. But I don't know if I can really get that lucky. Also, this reads like a slapstick comedy. I know it's supposed to be like sci-fi thriller or something, but it's kind of hilarious. This invisible man, the way he decides to do things are not decisions that I would make. Like, he really is in for a penny, in for a pound about every situation. Somebody's like catching on to him a little bit. He can't just stand still, being that he is invisible. He has to be like, let me grab things in the room and throw them at people. I'm like, maybe that's not the best way to go about this. Also, it's hilarious to think, because like he's just naked the whole time. Because he can't wear, like, if he wears clothes, you can see him. It's just funny. It's just a funny book. I don't think it's supposed to be. Another 40 pages read in a place for us. Going to be my last sprint for the evening because it's bedtime soon. Yes, this is also just the last sprint in general. This one that's coming up next, which I don't think I'm going to read for. I think I'm going to just prep the things that I want to, or like prep the steps to create the personal curriculum, because I'm going to film my Patreon video for that. I forgot to vote, but I'm happy. I managed to read one chapter of Blood Over Bright Haven. I'm now about 100 pages in, and I don't know how I feel about it yet. Other than I don't think it will end up 5 stars. 53 pages of The Crush. This book is messed up. Hopefully it's very readable. That's all I hear about Frida McFadden's. It's very readable. I do have The Housemaid by her. I found it in a little library, and I do want to read it because everybody's read it, and it sounds like it's super fast paced, but I don't know if I'll continue on in the series after that because I haven't heard great things afterwards. Finished my January pick. Yay. Congrats. Made it to 36%, started at 16%. So good progress. Yeah. Finished Tahanu, maybe, RC number 4, and it was somehow better on reread. My current copy has an afterword too, and it was excellent. Oh, nice. 2 kids here. Snowed in today, reading book 4 of Dungeon Crawler Carl. Oh, that's the one I have next, but not quite reading it yet. Finished another chapter of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. Nailed it. And then 20 pages of notes on an execution. Loving my reread. Perfect. I like that you're doing both now. You couldn't decide, and you're doing both. Reading 20-ish pages and started making lunch. Instantly loving Catherine. Oh, yay. Hopefully it stays this good. Quick questions. Are the live streams always at the same time? Yes, I have thought about doing them at other times. This just works really well for me because I don't usually do something like on the mornings in the weekends. But I do know that that doesn't work for everybody's time zones. So I've thought about trying out some like later for me streams, but I think I've only done it like once before. So, but I should, especially for the folks in Australia. Read 20 or 42 pages this sprint, so close to finishing Fish Soup. Yes, next sprint, you got this. I love H.G. Wells, but yeah, The Invisible Man is bonkers. Yeah, it's very funny though, which I'm glad for. I feel like there are sometimes it's tough, like a book of this time period, because a lot of times it's like the premise itself is the cool thing. That's how I feel about a lot of Jules Verne, and I still really like Jules Verne, but sometimes you feel like you're reading it and it's just like describing the premise to you. They all are really. Yeah, I think besides this, what is it? The War of the Worlds is the one that I'm mainly interested in reading. I read another short story. And The Time Machine. This one was a 5-star. I really hope that it continues to be 5-star stories and the rating doesn't get ruined by a single bad story. Ooh. Yeah, I hope so too. I should do that. I always think about that after the fact, that I wish that I had rated the stories that are within a collection. I remember finding the guy in the Invisible Man really annoying. Yeah. He's pretty dumb. And he's rude. He's really rude. Like, I feel like he could get people on his side more and like actually talk to people if he wasn't so rude. But yeah. And I really don't know where it's going to go with this. But yeah, I'll probably put it down for, I mean, I'll finish the chapter, this sprint that I'm on, but that's like 3 pages or something. The chapters are very, very short, but I'll probably put it down and go back to the Fragile Threads of Power. And then I'll probably do One Day Everyone Will Have Always Been Against This, because I'm too excited. And technically I've started it already. So then maybe I'll come back to this, or I might just save it like for actually February. But I don't think it's bad to put down and pick up this one, because it's pretty simplistic in like what's going on, at least right now. So we'll see where it goes. I asked Storygraph what Buddy Reads we should do, and it came up with Ulysses as one of the suggestions. Is Ulysses so no, it's Odyssey. I always get those 2 confused. Well, I technically haven't read it. Wasn't planning on reading it anytime soon. But I didn't know you could, does it, like, pick based off of, like, other buddy reads you've done together? Because that's pretty cool. Funny, I recently got Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison, looking forward to reading it. That's a reread that I really wanna do, because that one I read in school, and I, like, reread parts of it because I did that was, like, one of the, like, very heavy put notes in it books that I had in school, and I remember like, going back to different scenes in it a lot, for, like, the next couple of years, and now I just, like, really wanna reread, like, fully it, because that I just remember it being really good, and I feel like if you remember a book you read because of school being really good, then you're gonna, like, love it more after school. I like one of my favorite books I talk about all the time, Life of Pi. I read that for school, and at the time it was like a meh for me, but the ending I thought was really cool, and I really liked talking about it like in class. Uh, but then and now I've read it like 3 or 4 times since having left school, and I still like now I love it. I love it, love it. Um, anyways, I have it on myself, but on my shelf, but don't plan on to read it anytime soon. Okay, fair. Phew. All right. Well, let's do our last sprint of today. Yes, very dense, but really unforgettable. I'm going to roll a d10 to choose my read since almost all work for the prompt. Love it. Love it. Sounds good. Okay. Happy reading, everybody. Okay, how did everybody do for the last sprint? Let's see. Interesting feature. Didn't realize you could do that. Yeah, me neither. That's how I found out about One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Adored it. Or how I felt. How I felt about it. That would be crazy if that was how you found out about that book. With Storygraph. Okay. Invisible Man is very. Oh yeah, I saw that one already. Okay. Why am I all out of sorts? Only if the other person allows it in their setups. Ooh. Okay. So that means I must have allowed it, right? If you were able to do that, I hope I did because that seems cool and I want it. I've missed the February TBR. Okay, it looks like you did see the prompt though. Pick my book, The Book of Disquiet. Nice. Hopping over from Katie's stream. I don't think I know who Katie is, but feel free to tell me. I hope everyone has a great rest of their day. I have chores to move on to, but it was great to read for most of my afternoon. Yay, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Mine is When I'm Dead by Hannah Morrissey. That was great. Made it halfway through my book. Yay. Thanks for the sprints. Read another 17 pages. This book is so hard to read. Yeah. Mine is easy, but my reading sprint was not reading. So 56 pages of The Crash. Nice. You are flying through that book. I've been updating my Herkiad spreadsheet. Got to close out the subgenre of choice prompt. Ooh. Oh, got to. Oh, that's exciting. That's awesome. I'm really excited actually to do version 3 and to be just doing like the exact prompts, because I do like that I combined version 1 and version 2, but there are sometimes when people are talking about prompts that are a part of version 2 that I didn't end up doing, that I'm like, I get a little bit of FOMO. My family just got home, so I didn't read for this one, but got through a lot in the other sprints. Nice. Didn't read it on this one, catching up on some other things. Yeah, I used this as like a transitional sprint, transitioning to doing other stuff. It's been really fun having 4 sprints. Yeah, it was really nice. I feel like I got a lot done. Reading Frida Flattery has as herself art from Nat Kelly. I think it will be one of the big new publications this year. Ooh. Finished Blood Moon, now to read Alchemized, a book I started in December and haven't picked up since. That one scares me every time I see it in a bookstore. Finished my book. Yay, Sam. Yes, you do. Okay, good. Thank you. Reading Loneliness of Sonny and Sunny. I've been struggling with it. Just got to the part where they have a spontaneous vacation. I feel like I might be getting into it at 60%. Okay, well, I'm glad you're sticking it through. Do we know there will definitely be a version 3? Oh, good. I'm glad you answered this because like I didn't really know. I just kind of assumed. But yes, there will definitely be a 3. Yay. Okay, good. I'm glad. Because if there wasn't, I would need somebody else to make something similar. So I don't think I can go back to reading as normal. Thanks so much for the sprints. I'm over halfway. Nice. Have a great afternoon. Thank you, you too. And thanks everybody for joining. Don't forget to like the stream on the way out. It does really help. And otherwise, if you haven't seen, I just posted a video on Friday. So it's Herkiad. You probably have. I feel like the people that come to this are always big Herkiad fans. So it says she already has most of the prompts picked out. Very exciting. Thank you. Yes, thank you, everybody. And I'll be scheduling the next TBR Spin Sprint to be on, I think, February 28th, maybe March 1st. I just have to check my calendar. And then besides that, I think I'm going to also be sprinting next weekend around the same time. So hopefully see you then. Thanks. Bye, everyone.